Come on,
to
dog.
allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly, a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hope, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this
Come on, you little
constituent
bitch.
assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interim between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, the very first decision, actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of the settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the lighter white color against the gray, the Pale settlement.
Yo, shut the fuck up, dog. How about you suck this dick, bitch? Calm down, woman.
It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews.
Alright, well, that fucking site works.
Very strong
concentration.
More than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw. Very strong concentration in the region of Lithuania and in the right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukraine as those linguistic territories. More smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment
Wonder if somebody should stream it on.
establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various corruptive elements. The monarchy, including the church, was very, very anti-clerical, anti-church, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also capitalist. You can see at the bottom, literally, because that once communism started, we would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is at the heart of the United States with its vision of democracy. That the United States believed that democracy would eventually, conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the book here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a monopoly man here. The monopoly man of the famous Marx Brothers game is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat low top, but rather more appealing in the board game version. But this is
Bushmaster,
by the way, as kind of a stand-in for Jews in general. Sometimes made explicit for the Star of David and things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the Communist anti-Semites accuse Jews. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not happen. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the white Russians.
White Russians are my favorite kinds of Russians.
The term Belarus literally means white Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated white Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, and so those forces that oppose the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea. They were called the whites, to contrast them with the reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus. And the reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the whites were perhaps most notorious for their monarchic figure there. But and it's being sacrificed. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice to the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation is still bearing his earlock, his Beos, although it's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with 30 on it, which is Judas for 30. So the whole idea is that Jews are somehow betraying, contributing to this communists, and we're going to explore that in some detail. What I'd like to do is actually take
Alright, look at this move. What is this? What the fuck happened here? Looks like a fucking bomb. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this athleticism. Dude, that fucking Philly mom is so fucking funny. I could watch all her shit again. She's so funny. She is so fucking funny. She is so funny. Is she the funniest in that? But if that other chick wanted to look perfect, she has such like a little off. I think that bitch is fucking fuck. That that motherfucking bitch is so funny. Mare, 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 mare. Man, come on, you little bitch. Look at this. Listen, yo, dude, look at this book. Silk is the worst browser. I think I've just in my sleep developed. So I gotta stand. Sucks. I know so much about Ukraine. I could flip. Not really. I barely know. I like how nobody talked to me. I've got that one guy who fucking hates me. Everybody unsubscribe. No, nobody subscribed. The unsubscribe, the first you subscribe, dog. Yo, how you living, pimp? Zoo, how's your life going?
Rabbi, about this before. That I'm worried that if your stream go viral, that's but, but like when we were talking mental health stuff yesterday, you made some really good points, and I'm just like, if anyone was listening,
They want to kill me for many reasons, but I don't know. I'll I'll just do my best to protect myself. But yeah, I've thought of that, and that's probably a pretty. I'm really what I'm worried about. I get people, and it's happened before, who become obsessed with me online, and many times in a good way, but it's like they become like message me, like they watch me for all these hours. They'll do anything for me, and like that's cool, but like calm down. Like I want you to be normal. Um, and I imagine if I go viral,
they don't.
someone who basically streams their life, not any different, and I think that for any negativity I do for a pharmaceutical company, I could do a lot more positivity for them. Like I could just take their drug. Not like what's a drug? Like a we're not hungry. I just take one of those, become a spokesperson for it, and make them on weight loss drug in the United States or in the world. So analysis. Maybe the rabbi doesn't have that much confidence. Well, I do. A lot of their drugs work. A lot of their drugs work really, really well. It's just how people get their hands on some other drugs are questionable and other drugs sometimes negative. So it just depends on the drug. But be a I'd be a spokesperson for a lot of drug that works extremely well. I've had a lot of fentanyl, hydrocodone works.
Fentanyl?
Oh, a ton of it. Yeah, I've had tons of it because I've had surgeries before. I've had like foot surgery and back surgery. After those, if you are in pain, you go to like a pain management specialist and they give you fentanyl patches, and they work really, really well. And I think I'm the poster child for it because when I didn't need them anymore, I was able to just quit. Like there was no drawback. I didn't feel like I needed anything more. And I was on the second most amount of fentanyl you can be on in the United States. It's 75 milligram patches. The 100 milligram patches. And I didn't want to do that because I always wanted a long time after several surgeries that I had, and they worked really well. I'll never forget the first one. I read what to do, and I had this girl with me, and I put it in fentanyl mod where you just like literally just fall asleep. Like it's like you put a sticker on you basically, and you fall asleep. This other drug that I had, I had plantar fasciitis, which is like just an issue with the underside of your foot that causes you to it just doesn't allow your foot to be able to like stretch as much as it should, and it can cause some pain. And there's this drug I took. It was, I'm going to look it up right now. I'll never forget. I awoke and I was in the post surgery room. I forget what it's for a lot of these drugs. Propofol, fentanyl, hydrocodone, OL. He called it mother's milk. He used to ask the doctor to prescribe it for him so that he could sleep. And man, would that put you to sleep? It's a very intense drug. At least with fentanyl, I was on the second highest amount of fentanyl you could be on. One kind of drug that works for killing pain, fentanyl, and that's carfentanil, which is used on elephants. So it's not even prescribed to people. When it comes to fentanyl, morphine is another one. I've been on morphine drip, and
I've had morphine before.
have you ever been on a hospital?
No.
So I forget what kind of surgery. I think I had a hammer toe surgery, which just straightens your toes, and that's why they only gave it to me after surgery. Oh, I had a deviated septum surgery, and it might have been after that. Basically, where they in your nose to open your nasal passages. I don't know. I've had.
These drugs will kill you.
Yeah, I mean, if you take enough of them, anything will kill you. Enough water will kill you. But yeah, a lot of people die from drinking too much water every year. No, it's not. People do it all the time to the point where they die. More people die from drinking too much water on Earth a year than from sharks.
Yeah. Cool.
Well,
more people drink water.
Yeah, but nobody can drink so much water that you die.
But your brain doesn't do that. You know what your brain?
What's that?
Soft drinks and alcohol. Your brain.
Okay.
You can drink. Like, think about how many people drink shit tons of how many people each day are drinking liters and liters of Coca-Cola. If they had the same amount of water, they'd die.
No, you need more
There's
water.
Enough.
No, you need more water than that to die. You have to drink like gallons of water.
How
I mean, you could look it up, but it's like at least a few gallons. When I take a new drug, at least the drugs that I've been given, they've all worked really well. And so,
that's like
go ahead.
a professional work. I really I haven't gone to the gym and I put it back on wet.
All right. Yo, what up? Somebody just said hello to me on YouTube.
Yeah.
Are you still interested?
I have to go.
Your user. Well, just one moment, dude. Michael, who, who? Your username is Ms. Is that on Twitch? Is that on Rumble? Is that on Kick? Or is that on? How will I on stream? Hello. To my Discord. It's discord.me/. You. What is your username on Kick? Tell me what platform that's on. Your reputation. Zoo.
How? Fucked up a relationship that was meant to get me the job.
How did you fuck up the relationship? Yo. Missy XX, come to /.
Someone they knew me, and they were being a massive bitch. Met a long time ago that was being a bitch.
Okay, so what did this girl do? Tell me the story.
I don't really know. She just said she knew me
My
to
Discord.
him
Come to my Discord.
and not to work with me.
Oh, so she fucked you.
Yeah.
What happened to the girl? Why did she say that?
I don't know. I think because I was mean to one of our friends.
Well, aren't there other strip clubs where you could work? Okay, so are you gonna do that?
Yep.
So you're still gonna do it? Zoo, are you still gonna do it?
Right.
Okay. Zoo.
Yeah.
And what did they say? Did you make your video for them?
Yeah. They said the application's finished.
Okay. And what's the plan now? I mean, don't you have a plan for working at McDonald's?
No. I got a plan where I got to see an occupational therapist, and then they give me a job provider, and they pay for my job providing services.
What's a job? You mean a headhunter?
Yeah, but they look for jobs for me.
Okay. I mean, that works.
It's just a couple. So from September 15th.
It's September 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened September 15th? Zoo, what happened September?
I get to see my occupational therapist. Okay.
Excited for that? Okay. And what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? All right. Would you be willing to work a physical job? Oh, fuck. Zoot, I'll be there in a second. And we're going to play. So just be patient. I need another 3 minutes. So, Zoot, what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? You don't know?
$20 million.
Do you think they're going to give you a $20 million job?
Yeah.
Okay. Doing what?
I deserve $20 million a year.
Of course you do, Zoot. We all know that. Everybody knows that. All right.
I mean, it's just going to go. It's better. Says I have to do something.
That's okay.
I just decided to check up on what's going on here.
Absolutely. We're just about to play a game. Zoot, are you ready for your invitation?
This isn't my color.
Okay. Well, we'll play whatever game you started.
Which game are you guys playing?
don't even know. Zoo. Hold on, we're playing Karam first. You beat me the last time.
So you definitely should, okay? Like, you're closing yourself up from so much fun if you are familiar.
That's all true.
Oh, Rabbi, I helped you. I think like you're gonna get a few here, but I set myself up in a really good position.
Excellent. Take care, Amastusa. Cat.
Don't do cocaine. I will right now.
I will right
Don't
now.
do cocaine or heroin.
Dog.
So you done cocaine, Rilla?
Yeah. I've done it in Mexico, and I've done it in Las Vegas, and
Whoa, that's fucking just you doing it in Mexico.
no, because we got it in Las Vegas, so we had a hookup. my uncle is like a high roller, kind of, not really. Like, unless other people are there, because he would just do it all day, and so he has this like package, and we put it on a plate. We snorted cocaine all night. I snorted coke. Paper just ended up being the worst paper I ever wrote. It was so bad that my professor, who was really cool, told me just enjoy spring break and write the paper when you come back. And I then we drove from Las Vegas, like through California to the Mexico border, and they just like waved us in the Mexico border. They didn't even stop us. And then we fucking snorted this. A condominium in Mexico, and then once we got there, we like ended up finishing the cocaine. Done cocaine, never to the point where I had like a cocaine habit. Um, But yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I love the like almost more than anything. There's like a whole um how would I say like a procedure that you do when you do it. It's like you chop it up and it's like on a glass. It's like on a mirror, or it can be like a yeah, or plate or whatever. And then you fucking do it, and then it just like instantly hits. You feel like you're in a movie. It's just it's great.
Doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it does. It's amazing.
No, the After Effects.
Actually, here's Zoot. The After Effects. I mean, there's like a come down, yeah, but you can ease that. Now, I lived in a house, right? It was like a neighboring house in this gated community. We knew where he came from Colombia, and he used to just ship it around the world, around the United States. At least at the time, this was a while ago. You could ship things from like FedEx and UPS, and they wouldn't get checked, but they would by the the post office. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation.
How do you earn the?
You play rank.
Because we don't know the strategies.
I do.
You think I'm doing a good show right now?
Yeah.
I do not. I think that was okay. Your turn. I think everything. Like,
I had one.
I played terrible.
Yeah, you did.
I'm gonna win the next game.
I'm ready for you, pimp.
Do you know where I did go play there?
Pardon me. I mean,
7.
it's not done yet.
You're not moving.
On down, Zeus. I just won. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. Maybe. We'll see.
You've won.
We'll see, big dog. Yeah, it's over.
I think you've probably got one of the highest scores you can get here.
What was it?
You won? We've never seen higher than that.
Yeah, I think that's the highest you can get. But it's high. Big dog. You're up. You're up, pimp. Oh, Zoot, what's gonna happen?
Oh, I think it's about even now. Never.
What up, Pimp? I can't lose.
Can lose.
I cannot lose. It's over.
I swear, if I try, I was trying too hard and I lost. I swear in this game, like, you just click buttons and you win.
You know that's not true. There's some strategy. And by the way, you can earn coins by just earn coins there.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea, Pimp?
I'm just gonna click buttons.
I don't know if that's smart.
What?
Yeah, you know it, baby.
Oh. How long do you think it's gonna take?
Oh man, my game just glitched out. You're up, Pimp.
So you can stream forever, Rabbi?
That's the plan.
Do the people at Kick know what you're doing?
Oh yeah.
Like, do they have they ever come into the live stream?
Yeah, they put me on the front page a few times. And they have to manually do that.
Why do you think they banned you?
They have told me they have banned me for ban evasion.
Spam invasion?
Ban evasion.
What's that?
When you avoid their bans.
Oh, ban invasion.
Word.
What would happen if you streamed on Kick right now?
I would probably be able to do it for a little time and then they ban me. Dude, what's gonna happen here, son? Zoot, what's gonna happen here? This game is over.
Oh,
This game is over.
have they ever threatened legal action?
No, but I've had people who have come to me to sue them through class action lawsuits. There was a and a bunch of other people who had their data, and I thought about uh, I thought about they didn't really do anything that wrong, and whatever, it's no big deal. I didn't really care about it. Dude, you have an interesting strategy.
pimp. I don't think I did.
You, my friend, might have won. This game is over.
Yeah, you still have to move.
Yeah, it's over though. Baby, this game is over. You fucked up majorly.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
No one talks about people with impaired motor skills. How many people with impaired motor skills?
I mean, a lot of times people don't want to talk about people with special needs.
If you had a child with impaired motor skills, would you not want to talk about that?
I don't know. I probably would want to be an advocate for those kinds of people. Good move, Zoot. Zoot, good move. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot. What are you gonna do? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot, is this game over?
That was the worst move you could have made. All right, Rabbi. Might not be a great move. That might have been the move. Rabbi, I think I made the perfect move.
Zoot. Just win, baby. You lost by as slim a margin. Zoot, you lost.
By 2 points?
You had 23.
You had 25.
Right. You lost by 1 point. But if you had one more point, we would have tied. So basically, I get what you're saying. It's an interesting thing. I don't know why they say it that way. Okay, so you lost by 2 points. But okay, that's fine. Are you going to improve your game?
I get what you're saying.
Right. It's an interesting thing.
That move now, but it'll come back later. It's been 10 years. I swear the last 5. Time just goes so quickly.
Word, dog. What happened here, Zoot? I think you might win.
Did your 30s go quicker than your 20s?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Zoot, what's going to happen here? Zoot, is it over?
Yeah.
Zoot, is this game over? Zoot. Zoot, is this game over?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
does every year get faster and faster?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir. Zoot, you've lost like 5 games in a row.
Doesn't it slow down when you get like to old age as well? So time slows down when you get to old age?
No, it goes like extremely fast then.
Why do you think that is?
It's more relative time. So it's like when you're 3 years old, 1/3 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, 1 year is 1/30th of your life. I made a mistake.
At the same time, it's just different experience. And your brain processes. Your brain does your brain processes more information that's not familiar. And as you get used to the information, yeah. I heard, Rabbi, I heard constantly moving location can slow down. Slow down. You're feeling the time perception.
That could be.
If you stay in the same location, your brain.
Dude, what's going to happen here?
Oh wait, you want? Yeah, you want. You want?
Not necessarily.
Maybe that's why you're in the same location for years. There was one time I took shrooms, and the second time I done shrooms twice. It felt like I was stuck in that trip for 20 years.
Yeah, that happens.
Heaven's better than hell.
Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, but I helped you with the berries because you're only losing 5 points. You're only losing one extra health point because you started with an extra health point.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the berries on this one. In fact, I do everything I can to outright avoid them.
Do you think it? Start by.
What up, pimp?
It is impossible to raise a fucking family in today's economy for the average person.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make like $250,000 a year.
$250,000 a year to raise a kid in this economy?
More than that. Just to own a house in California, it's $150,000.
Kids.
They will. They'll just have them out of wedlock, and then they'll be basically of the state.
What do you mean?
They'll just be like they'll be on like foster care and stuff.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to have their kids raised in foster care.
It's just what happens. Zoot, I'm at max hit points. Did you know that, son? You're up, big dog. Zoot, were you aware that you are up?
Are you aware that I'm winning?
Look at the score, dog.
Yeah, but how many of your monsters are above?
0.
Why is that?
Because I don't like to lose.
Rabbi, I just gave you an extra move.
Thanks, baby. I don't see it.
It cooked up. It's right in front of you. It's your turn. Are you stupid?
I didn't see it.
That wasn't. It's your turn. Rabbi?
Yo. Me, baby.
No. I don't know.
That song. I'm back. I don't know.
It could be.
You know that you say that? It might not be. But I do think that I just got an extra move, son. A heel leaf?
And you get to go. This is not good.
No, it's not, Zoot.
Oh, I won.
Hey,
You never had it.
Zoot, you're doing stand-up comedy on Monday?
Yes.
Are you going to record it?
Today? Told me that they met someone in Australia that they beat autism by getting bit by a possum.
I don't get it.
Don't either. They just got bit by a possum and cured their autism.
Do you?
Yeah. Maybe I should just go get bit by a possum and it'll cure my problems.
Zoot, you know you don't have it. So what are you talking? You don't even know what it is.
I know what it is.
No, you don't.
It's a deficit in social and verbal communication.
No one knows that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is.
So they just keep on changing the criteria so everyone has some form of it. And then they just like, oh, you have it severely. It's like, well, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, quite the fucking person who diagnosed me doing everything I fucking said when they diagnosed me as well.
Dude, I got a son.
You want to know the honest truth, Rabbi?
Tell it to me, baby.
I think in life, there's some people you just don't connect with, and there's some people you do, and then people find you weird because you don't connect with the person, and they put a label on you.
Okay.
That's the only.
This game is over, son.
I'm gonna ask Brock what is your.
You're gonna ask Grok what, son?
Know what the fuck it is.
I think it's Rain Man head. Even though they say that's not what he
You
had.
didn't know. Maintaining conversations or interpreting body language. Engaging in repetitive actions, hand flapping, lighting up on topics, sensory sensitivity to books like sounds, textures, or light.
I just. Are you ready to lose? You always lose.
I just, brother, do you realize that I couldn't? Do you realize that you are playing right now?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, no, you could have got. You could. Okay, that was a pretty good move.
Dog, I just got you with the five. All right, let's see it because I don't think you are.
Don't get bad with that, please.
No, I think I'm. I meet new people every day.
You think
Tranquil.
I'm bad
You
with
suck. You're immediately distracted and sometimes you just leave without saying bye. How would they say hello? How are you doing?
that? Good. Even you did that. Even though you did that, there is no Rabbi.
What up, pimp? 25.
You're fucked. 25. Oh my
And you get to go again?
Rabbi. Come on. I don't think I can lose. I have a small dick.
Zoo is over. You won. Are you proud of yourself? It's over. Zoot, it's over. Oh, big one. Big move, Zoot. Zoot, end it. Zoot, go.
I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
No, you didn't.
But you still get it. You still can get a 25 kid. Wait. If you make that move, I'll win. I just won. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I only need 15 points to win, right?
Yep. Oh, dude, I'm about to lose.
Well, you can come back.
It's like impossible. How did the way that you just played? You put a G. Ready to play. You have not won in this game in like 15 games in a row.
Right.
What up, pimp?
Have you ever had an out of body experience?
No.
So you've never traveled to a different
No. What are your thoughts on this shot? You just helped me. Got this, Zoot. Did you see that? Did you see how good that shot was? Your shot's dog shit. Your shot's just gonna help.
It wasn't bad.
It was bad.
It's not terrible.
Your shit is terrible. Your shot is terrible. You can't get through all that. It's over, baby.
Rabbi.
Yes,
Is
sir.
anyone in your family Rabbi?
I've had my family who are rabbis, but they're like a long time ago. Come on, baby.
Your family knows what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
What do they think of it?
Oh, they know that I've always been an interesting individual, and oh fuck, if they made me aware of anything negative about it. So long as I don't have to come to them for money, I think they're fine. What are you gonna do? You never make thank you. Why? Because you just said that was one of the worst I've ever seen. Uh, Dude, you admitted that you have a little dick.
That's Tourette's.
I mean, that's okay.
I mean,
I
don't think I'd
I think that I'd rather be lacking a finger than have Tourette syndrome.
what? You know what?
I would rather be lacking a finger than Tourette syndrome. I wouldn't go as far as an entire hand, but maybe I might say that I would rather have lost maybe you could just you could piss off people and you didn't mean to. Oh, it comes down to this hole. Hope you win.
The end right on the time when you never do that.
Zoot, I hope you win. I've beaten you like 15 games in a row. You should. You
Really?
need. That's what you need.
No,
That's what you need. Make it. Make it, Zoot.
well, it's not a game of chance. It's not a game of chance. We just don't play it. And
Make it.
You know, the strategy.
Make it. Zoot, you won. Dude, that was amazing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm lost.
I don't care. You won, dude. That was really great. Are you proud of yourself?
I got a hole.
Yeah,
I
you
got a
did.
hole in one on the last hole.
Are you proud of yourself?
I mean, it was just the game we're going to play. Oh, let's do bowling. I have a feeling that I'm going to get you in bowling.
Zoot.
I mean,
Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that spare, son? Did you see that spare?
how is that not a strike?
Because it wasn't. You didn't knock down all the pins. In order for it to be a strike, down all the pins. You're done. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah, you're doing really fucking well here.
Oh, I fucked up, though.
What is badly as I fucked up?
Zoot, make a strike. It's over for you. This game is over.
I don't think it's over.
Oh, Zoot, let me make it very, very clear to you. Make it extremely clear to you. This game,
That's not good.
Zoot, it's over for you, and you're not gonna win. Dog. What do you think of this? Look at the score, Zoot.
That was a 7 out of 10.
Technically, is over. You could get 3 strikes in a row, and you still lose. It's over for you.
What do you with that?
0.
What do you with
All of these are zeros. Every single one of
that?
these.
4 out of 10.
Every single one of these is a 0. Zoot, you didn't even get half my score. Big dog.
I'm not keep my game. A 2 out of 10.
You didn't even get half my score. It's
You know what a good your game?
100.
No, it's not 100. It's about 7 out of 10.
Well, I won. So that's a 10 out of 10, big man.
Yeah, you won, but it's
Your bullshit and just win. Jins with ADHD.
we discussed this yesterday that like it might not even exist. Everyone has trouble paying attention.
There you go. Are you going to go, though? That's my question for you. Are you going to go? Zoot, that was a brilliant thing. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son. Zoot, you want to know something? Cray for that.
We should get like equity in the initial public offering later before they get public.
Perhaps, big dog. Are you sure of that?
I just blocked you in.
All right, well, that's a cool story. Zoot, I just won. Zoot, thank you for the win. Zoot, you are just getting your ass kicked in this game. Did you know that? Let's try it a little different way. You're up, Zoot.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna win, baby. Dude, how about you just go?
Yeah, you strike a little time there.
I didn't waste any time, baby.
But did I waste the time?
You're up, big. I won. That game is over for you. Over, baby. Over.
I can't breathe.
Dude, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Of course you are. What up, pimp? I think it was brilliant. You're up, big man. Big dog, you're up. Zoot. Zoot, did you know that
I mean, it just blocks you.
Oh, Zoot, you fucked up.
Why did I fuck up?
Hear that. Oh, oh boy. That's
Batman. Bye-bye.
what
That was a good man. That was a good man. That was a good move as well. But
Dude, it's over for you.
Doesn't matter. I
Dude, did you know that you have an invitation and everybody's waiting you to accept it, dog? Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Dude, it's over. Dude, you just lost. Is that my fault? At what point was that?
I need to take a little bit of break.
Okay. Well, do it after this. Play darts. Dude, this is your game.
Yeah.
So accept the
I'm
invitation.
gonna be off this damn.
Okay. Everybody loves your. I sent you an invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept it. Dude. Zoot, accept the function, dog. Zoot. Zoot. You take forever.
Yeah, because I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah, you are, because I just fucking checked out, son. You have to do really well. You need 3 bullseyes in a row. Or some other shit. If you get a triple 20, it's over. You lose. It's over. Oh, dude, you almost got it. All right, Zoot, go to bed. It was really fun whooping your ass, and come back tonight, okay? That was fun. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick another wide receiver? Why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm literally just gonna pick any fucking running back. Mock draft. Oh, we're up. How about Joe Mixon? How about Jay Blue? Jaden Blue. Najee Harris. eye injury from a fireworks accident. Braylon Allen, flex, min. All right, take the blue guy. I won't pick again for like years. Oh, you're done. If I go fuck yourself.
Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick another wide receiver? But you shut the fuck up. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick
Civil War itself, because ironically, considering the focus today is this is an area that's extremely see from the note in the back. There are several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to during the several reasons, but the communist movement that would wipe out fighting for Ukrainian independence from Soviet socialism. As you look at this, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 Kazanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right has the origins of state. And at the very bottom, you can see the breakdown says that this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. It was established as an official language of this very brief Ukrainian state. So looking back then, most of the time, so I'm speaking because PhD dissertation was on this particular period. Here, published by Harvard in 1920, because I quickly looked at this very unusual between Jews and Ukrainians. So you would think with very negative history, some baggage had to be dealt with before they could affect the political outcome of the outcome. This cooperate on the creation of a state, but in fact, this happened with the Ukrainian translation that I purchased a little while ago. They were as well. So basically, what's going on is look at this map here. This line is the day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Krim back in the eastern part of the Donbass, which still seems to be in the air. But you can see this very large concentration of Jews right to bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the more than 15% of the population. And you forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of demographic areas. The Ukrainians area, majority of the population involved in living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization they were called the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet. Council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was sufficient massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, primarily in the cities, all had the Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the whole. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were automatic. Just to give you an example that illustrates those promises, and one that I discovered in my archival research, and it's a letter written to the Jewish written in two different scripts here. There is many letters are actually handwritten into the document, and that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar, but not this is ironically, as my father always would say, that shows one of the things that right, there are worries that Russia will somehow be, if Ukrainians don't. The vast majority of the population, especially the Ukrainian population, are likely to speak Ukrainian themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that had only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with umlaut, they have to leave a blank space, and then afterwards the type has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letter with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is like kind of like a word processor that you type once. It's actually printed on the paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint. So it's a Russian typewriter, and you use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? only Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during the war. So the typist has to write message in Yiddish on the right by hand, engage it to the cultural, but at the same time, it's difficulty literate Yiddish operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this government. Okay. But what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a one wave that was far worse than 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Magnitsky massacre of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurred 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Canadians, the anarchists, and there's many communities multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature with a known perpetrator at this time, were perpetrated by the same that was extended
Yo, how are you?
Hello?
What's good, son? Do you speak English?
What is alcohol kosher? It's not, I think.
It is.
Beautiful Jewish parties where everyone is dancing and they seem to have so much fun. Is that actually possible without alcohol?
Alcohol is very kosher.
Voisin puhutella hetken? I'm sorry, my friend is a little bit drunk, but my friend came so he can buy cocaine. Should I allow this? He wants to go to the ATM so he can buy cocaine. Should I allow this? What are you gonna do about it?
That's not really your decision. Absolutely.
Kirsten,
Go for it.
did you actually have a fun conversation that you called with during the past 3 days?
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. What do you think about this guy? I joined the call today earlier and there was this new guy. What's his name? I don't know.
I mean, if you don't remember, how am I supposed to remember?
Is that the guy who played a game with you?
Oh, yeah, he's fine.
But I was like wondering, he told you that he's getting a job that's going to pay him 20 million a year.
Correct.
I don't think that's realistic. I was like wondering, why would he tell such a lie?
Oh, he was just.
Oh no, my one. Yeah, excuse. Sorry, I disturbed you. Can you please say again?
He was just joking.
And people by their tone of voice, and that he sounded pretty serious.
He wasn't serious. He wasn't serious. You weren't in the.
Look,
Look, I'm not going to have 15 calls with you guys. If you're going to listen.
Can you repeat?
Go hang out with your friends.
Wait, what? Okay, Rabbit, supposed to ask you if you want that by this well, which means I should hang it up or keep the car going.
Go with your friend back when you're done.
Okay. I bet it might be 0.5% out of control of my
Okay.
stock tomorrow.
what up? How are you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are
Are you listening? Are you listening? I think you are listening. You are listening when GTA 5.
What are you watching?
I will tell you when some police is chasing me. So you can
Yo, dog?
make them stop chasing
What?
me.
How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
We're watching
Because we use the Illuminati. They send us to you.
Oh.
Because they sent me the say أشهد خضع عليك خضع.
Find out about. How did you find out about me?
That's like
Yo, dog,
this is
I got you. Billy Bill. Billy Bill. All the same way. And also up to you, brother. And also up to you anyway. But let me do that. Ready for some.
Throwing up gang signs.
They get bet on anything, don't
What
they?
up, baby?
I bet you one thing though. Oh my God! Thank you so much for changing your name, dog. I'm not gonna lie. That man here, princess, was saying, "But look at you, look at you, man. I didn't want to say that yet." Yeah, appreciate that, God, man. Everybody loves God. There it goes. Make sure y'all follow Book Gang, man. Hey, y'all funny as man. Book Gang watch party, bro. Essentially talking about that was a terrible fucking play. Here we go. This 2 minutes. Transfer portal, appreciate that follow, Green man. If LSU loses and Miami wins, oh my God. I'm going to start. Now that I was in the transfer portal. Oh my goodness, they were on my head, bro. Cause they This is the opposite. But the unemployed, celebrate this weekend. If you're unemployed, you celebrate holiday weekends. I'm not bullshit. Yeah. PTD, life, brother. Younger and I that's literally my sandbox, brother, man. I promised my dog, I said, I'm gonna never change the game. Straight up. Change up for my brother. I ain't like the rest, gang. Jeremiah, it's frustrating thing. Don't say shit like that, gang. You go for 300. Are you ready, gang? Motherfucker, Arch Manning, girl. Great one. Here we go, Chad. Y'all ready for the tour? You finna cook. I know. Who was the last? I don't know. Oh, man. Cam Newton was maybe the winner. He was still in the fucking party. I don't know nobody think those defense gonna win those. Here we go, Chad. I'm not liking these. It's early, though. These players are weak as hell, bro. We can't get no bench. Like, bro, bench is 5 yards. Mandatory, my nigga. Like, if you run bench, you're getting 5 yards mandatory. Chat. Why is he not bench? Running this zigzag cows and cow gas routes. Like, nigga, let's do some shit to get you a quick ball, gang. What the fuck are they doing? Bro, I'm going for that shit. It's a minute left, bro. You gotta go for it, bro. You gotta go for it, gang. It's like, bro. Trying to keep an offense out there. We need at least 3 going to the half, Chad. Come on, come on. Come on. These ugly ass glasses, man. They could have made a crash out, Chad. That's why I'm gonna stream this shit, bro. Like, if I crash out, Chad, you have to look this shit, bro. Chad, if I lose this bet, nigga, it's gonna be a lot of furniture around this bitch. Why y'all tell me my fucking shirt was so goddamn lazy? Why y'all tell me my sleeve? Why y'all tell me my sleeve was so lazy, Chad? I'm not even gonna wear a jacket so straight. Oh, this shit. Oh, this shit. Shout out to the brothers, man. Oh, shit. Oh, I swear, they fuck this ball. I'm going to crash out. I might destroy my entire setup, bro. I think they did that just to see what they was doing. They got 3 timeouts, Chad. It was right yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, gang. It was right yesterday, gang. All right. I thought, bro, the Baylor shit didn't make sense, Chad. Plus 1.5 gang against Auburn. I'm like, bro, why did they got the shit plus 1.5 against Auburn, my nigga? I didn't know about Auburn quarterback, but he's literally a white Campbell. He's a white Campbell, Chad. Like, okay. He's a white Campbell. I think I'm doing everything for the nigga. That's why I go in this bitch and go back to 480. Why did they find it? Chad, bro. You're on the VR line, my nigga. It's undergo. Don't get the ball back after half. What? It was a what you three. These niggas that scared. And they really just punt the ball, my nigga. Around the 50-yard line, under 1 minute to go. 4th and 3. And we run it. Now, if we get the ball back at half, I don't mind us punting. But we don't get the ball back at the half. That's good. You know, I'm not gonna lie, that's just feels so much. Meet me back. Like here. The game's back. I want you to have some shit. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm about to recover. And when I come back to this fucking desktop, text, you better get your shit together.
Word.
This game is ass, my nigga.
Agreed.
Let's see what ours is. This shit here. This motherfucker has 26 fucking yards. Bro, you got 26 yards, man? Trust him at all. Alright, bro. I got somebody that play on Texas. So who do you got for free? I got people on Texas and on State. Alright, man, bro, you have to tighten the fuck up, man. They're from New Orleans, you went to Texas. Why can't you go to LSU? Why do they always try to go to LSU? I get it. It's another half, though. I get it. What the fuck are we doing? Alright.
watch the highlights if y'all want to, or y'all can do what y'all gotta do and come back, and we'll be back with the chat. Alright, appreciate y'all.
affiliated loosely with Islam, similar to Judah, the leader who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in villages. And this is like Jewish affairs that has is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much in the book, but I should at least do that here. Yehuda succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops. But they're mainly made up of the Great War Command by the International.
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
By the time you get to the end of
Excellent.
so, it appears that
I'm eating pasta. I'm watching.
this became a
What's on your agenda for today?
ironically, all of the various forces
So we are like reading and stuff.
Very cool, dog.
associated with so it's not like
Well, that's tight.
What do you think? Like, should we not our culture?
Absolutely, Cap. Nepal is amazing.
it's like the Soviets experienced a surge of
Been in Nepal for a long time, dog. Absolutely.
Not many people say that.
Dude, Nepal is amazing.
try and create training centers.
We may have many reasons, and like we have like culture things. Yeah, that makes us like really good. But we're gonna make a name like that.
Word, dog. And people take advantage of Nepal. I don't like it, especially Western cultures. They go there. Yeah.
And you know how much does it cost to reach average, right? Like it comes
Oh, more than that. Did you?
but they try. You can say that.
Yeah, dog.
Have you been to anywhere?
I mean, no, I haven't traveled anywhere. I've just been streaming.
You don't travel right now.
I mean, I've been as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've been to the ocean, the mountains, the desert. I've been to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland.
But if you come to Nepal, you're always welcome to the home. You don't have to stay.
behind his assassination is the man shown in this photograph and the left.
Okay, Randy.
And
Just like, yeah, I just want to check.
Man, dude. Absolutely.
The trial became one, and it being shot whether or not it was creating this problem. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling the architect of the programs is a still valid. I do believe that at your island, at a key period of weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the programs early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops that in fact the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that bears, in my humble opinion, is the commission. It's highly unlikely that you actually would with anyone. It does not make sense. There are some historians who the documentation that would say that, but that document, I would say that his ability rests in one of that he failed to take the actions necessary of the particular head of this government, however, no fear of losing authority of his troops. This allowed the programs to travel into his country. But anyway, just to finish the story with Schwarzbard, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Medura, and so he was left from and incredibly insulted, starting to risk for doing that. But he might celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to vengeance against someone responsible for the program. Even if that responsible, but if we return to the production in 1919, we recall that 40% of the films were in fact perpetrated by Ukrainian troops. Canadian experiment in statehood and failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled, and Ukraine is now absorbed the European concentration of Jews to the Soviet Union because the Jews who live in the Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania and specifically Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of national culture in the Soviet Union. So what was the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time there is a lot of flux going on in the new countries as well as the Soviet Union. They go through a period anticipate that will happen, they have a really difficult time trying to make very cities behave like modern technology, like a toning down of the Lenin, who was described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a skill. The last 2 years of his life is debilitating. Which both Trotsky and Stalin and other people required are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner will be Stalin, as you shall see, but for now, talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a however, it's a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its full later on in his reign. But this time, it's still too weak to really, articulate it. And really, Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for what which is a Russian it is actually, it is a Russian acronym, popular. The idea is that the Jews, because they are a high distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, a special communist party in order to move them to recognizing their special sort of direction. And ironically, they're paralleled by the Christian Irish type, nothing is silliness, so let's move on with the communism. Yevsetsya was specifically set up to abandon his Jewish identity, or abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it has some physicists' mind of that. The most significant of the Yevsetsya was initially his determined attack on Jewish identity. The Communist Party is adopting the fact that Marx himself is irrelevant, is self-hating Jews, the modern history of the whole idea of Jews communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses. It is a drug that and that their true enemies are not the are their class enemies. And so Dr. Markian teaches complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of spiritual. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known as such because both the godless, and the Jewish is adopting more and more. This is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy. major demographic trend. They went from Moses, from Egypt by Moses, they were actually rescued from the Russian monarch by Stalin, and crazy kinds of trans value messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called this term. That's translated to English with quarter or something like that. And so it means for developing the true origin, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned in the world by outside. At its core, I believe that if you back to the original culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialism, and that you would find a culture that would naturally use it is especially known as regarded language, like religion here, Yiddish and elsewhere in the and so therefore anything that was Yiddish was good, so it's important to like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish screenplays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of flourishing Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20 lots of borrowing from the religious language. And that was considered to be the language. And so the Yiddish of the period like and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. The Soviets, when they tried to Hebrew terms in Yiddish, either forgot them or because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically. So, for example, the word truth, very important word in publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it instead of they respelled it Ayin, Sabbath, which is pronounced Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G, Ukrainian, illegal. Because if you look at this picture, this is the cover of the changes in a Russian translation. So we combined that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like a H. So we're accented at it. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter. Also, at this time, towards the end of Zionism, which is declared a homeland for the Jews. Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific. The only real thing is its proximity. The fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews. And Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust, but of course that was not Stalin's thinking. It's official language. He had 5-year plans which legally attempt to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the rest. Among the tragedies associated with this is Ukraine Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror of famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There's still some doubt as to the true scope of it. Is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded the remarkable phenomenon that was not studied. The Holocaust had a searing impact on the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of was a Jewish communist in the 1930s, later phase of purges. The Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this literally, and it was a period for the larger population. But at this point, for an hour, tomorrow we're going to look at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called blood lands of the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
But then again, it could be low 24 and a half. That's just too.
Lecture, we look at the most difficult chapter in the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter. Philosophy. There is certain levels of kind of victims of the Holocaust. Of course, there are many other victims. Roma, for example, some mental and physical disabilities were singled out, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexual people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, we look at it in context. God receives a pleasing aroma from people, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that if the victims of the Holocaust are the goes offering itself, the Nazis are going to would somehow destructions of the temples in Jerusalem and ancient times, the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is popular. That has a kind of generic meaning of destruction in general. It's also biblical. So we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust or Holocaust. I only have an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give it a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the more about educating this terrible human history, which has implications for us all. Jewish treaties redrawn the entire. Now there were big tremendous amount of territory. Essentially really clear that they bear responsibility for the chain reaction events that incredible hostility. But at any rate, the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this too, understandably so. And many of them to seek intellectual refuge in these associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß. The argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually within their country is agitated in some cases, and they left their soldiers period. They really get kept on the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends not from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's the storm clouds that gather, and this woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos. There's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And the entire country, and allowing the enemies to overrun the border of the Rothschilds. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to, which is topic itself, but it takes us a little bit further our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer to them to a totally free and open to the global community. Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says actually it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here it uses the term Deutsche German. In this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of Germany, which of course Austria and Germany share will contribute to joining with in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like scripture snake that is clearly identified as the with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, the trope for the era. A yarmulke, in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria was choked by Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was in prison, elected to take over the government, the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be kind of rock star popular for Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win up to the right. So when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning really in 1933 and onwards of the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from mere inflated rhetoric, from bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933 a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same gas attacks that he and other German soldiers have suffered during gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic, demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutsche Blutiger, or German blooded. These are German Jewish grandparents. Will have the onus of things that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So as only one Jewish racist ideology in which it didn't matter what it was called. The initialing of the Erste Grade, the first to be mixed race, is someone with Jewish grandparents, and three Jewish grandparents. That's called a Jew. The reason why this was significant, Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%, absolutely Jewish. And the state had to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of signs outside town saying, but the lowest point before the war, a massive nationwide pogrom that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of this era. Very clear escalate. The scope later deprivation of something like 260 but there was enough that, of course, an incredible 262 tragedies for those and their families, but viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate this, referred to as Kristallnacht, which means, the night of crystal, or really the night of crystal glass. Rioters went party, there's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe environment. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, was a boat carrying Jewish refugees to Cuba, and from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba, and then once they were in Cuba, the attempt to immigrate to the United States or South America, or some might even stay in Cuba, but the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. It was moved off the coast. Lewis was sent back to Europe, and all of its passengers, most of them were killed in Holocaust. So it's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign minister of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially non-aggression between two enemies. The Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies, but when Hitler proposed to Stalin should cooperate, and the prize would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. So what happened on September 1st, 1939 is a coordinated attack. The Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. They met at a border that, at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. Once the area was 1939, then Hitler would turn and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1940, he was double crossed Stalin, taking him by surprise and invaded the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our map. And the key line for us, which demonstrates the non-racial crowds, the dominant population there were the so-called general government. This was not that was annexed by Germany. And in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it was not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to write that the Third Reich was an combination of chaos, intense leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy, which, the Browns would have to like undo what they had been doing to work on something else, and they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that of the government there was chaos. Victory as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the yellow and black ones here, were established. And at this time, they have not clearly articulated in favor against the arguments that they go back foment rebellion, which led to in historiography of the Holocaust itself, that sort of it's two major bodies of thinkers against each other. It's very important to understand them. Let me just mention immediate war trials. It was a school of thoughtism, and this was pioneered by great argument
Word,
was
dog.
among intentionalists and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they saw statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan. In the 1970s in particular, however, interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model. One of the early ones, Christopher Browning, teacher Michael Maris, are in that camp. In which they say that there's no question that Hitler and his close associates expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940. Well, if I remember correctly. If they were really intent to murder of this plan, until the functionalists argued that while, again, recall this is not the relationship, but they argued that the plans for all the Jews in Europe, and Nazis began to experiment with different molecules towards this idea through experimentation and through testing water. Like that. So that's a major interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these form of these social regions, and they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. There are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity and unanimous of what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called production. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own, which was regarded as an example of military uniforms, which would also be sent to the gas. Much of the early period of the war, that seemed to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated Warsaw did not have any major industries time to time a particular ration of food. Absurd, no one can survive on that. And so the Jews have to engage in bribery with both of the Germans are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies.
Can you hear me?
The smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinction between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Although the method were different between Europe and North Africa. The experience of large, rather distinct, certainly persecution, one of abuse and murder, but the Ashkenazim and those Sephardian regions of Germany and Europe experience. That is not to say that Sephardim or not, or this that Nazis did not intend to they extend real control to Canada's Sephardic centers. The war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the Oman victims. The letter into very important to them in the war. It is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the the date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also when a mother bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if you look at that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, was primary for the Nazis. More important than World War II. When the Nazis had the choice between resources to protect their eastern flank and, on the other hand, devoting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose. This was a phenomenal that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy of the Anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They were not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what would be today the boundaries of Ukraine, White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and penetrating well into Russian city walls, bound Moscow, and placing Leningrad, punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, what that was, that's the war using the army to battle. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. These 4 squads were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task homosexual religious witnesses or anything else that was happening. March them out to ravines. No, those are the ravines existing to have. And this is only a sample of the towns that were affected. Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen through the region, village to village, to murder. Einsatzgruppen action at the ravine of Babinyan, and they would kill, remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews as victims. They would go on to use Babinyan for So here's one of the many in their own words how they somehow. What ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941 to the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were going to, why they changed their minds. It may have some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, well, oh my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered the Land, not yet conquered, they were suffering under the Western Europe. In a euphoric manner, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews in Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was say to himself, according to this model, thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing. That, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Civica, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to process this, and they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from so there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for great experiments, and they lay out a plan to count all the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania, or small, all they would do it was they adopted the technique that they had pioneered in their attempt to Germany to dismantle their down and things like that. Horrific things that they would see first. They were experimenting with the use of which could include Jews' main purpose, and they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beating. But the concentration camps were essentially open air prisons, so Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death were institutions, factories designed to heal. In fact, the term that was used was vernichtungsläger, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to konzentrationslager, which means concentration. 6 camps were set up with access to the rail line itself. So rather than where, for example, those that would be left to die, to these death camps, where they will immediately be sorted for slave labor. These death camps also had like satellite camps. Bodies would be burned and so on. These gas chambers operated far more effective for the dark demonic climate of the Nazis than the Holocaust. Jews were only victims, millions of they had a hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown in these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. They liberated these camps. They found the few Jews who were used as slave laborers, incredibly emaciated. Many of them houses died after liberation because they were food and they were just the Holocaust. You should take
Love it. You're funny as fuck. Shut up. Legacy 7.
Let us recall that for that all freedom snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain adopt the communist way of life, especially priests, as a little journalism. Why it was course, they had these kind of show elections where remarkably not, yes, we love communism, we're so happy to be a Soviet socialist state. Because it's exactly the same that the Soviets.
It's like y'all know they're running the ball to top of the line. Y'all can't even get a stop on that shit, bro.
So, not surprisingly, huge. Also, very important to understand. The reasons here, a lot of these population phenomena. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks during policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the Lithuanian fled. They also local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so, very large number of Jews Holocaust by fleeing jail halls, and they found the murder leaders. Here's a photograph of a huge amount as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with now collaboration with them largely on the resentment. We should understand of Nazi domination of Europe. In Western regions like France, the Nazis largely was in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless in collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life that people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews. And as a result, the motive to collaborate was even had been reserved only for purebred Germans that were there all the way back to the no Jewish blocks of lower racial hierarchy and within this ideology. And it created divisions like the so-called militia. The collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, has to be invaded by both the Soviet and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there are some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that part of a larger phenomenon, but nevertheless, it's important that we're stacking the nation is extremely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze into 1 hour, but permission abbreviated fashion. 5 minutes. I apologize for this more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread. Who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senesh, who the parachuted to Nazi occupied Europe, and to connect, she was the radio that she carried with her was rather heroism for a very young woman. So you do have military of this form. However, the characteristics of Jewish resistance would have you die, that even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They have two functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Lending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages. You have a child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Shapiro, who's I've studied Jews. We try to understand it because, again, you know, wonder why they rise up earlier. We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Spielberg has pointed to it. It's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that simply it was, suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities and participating in the local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities and for example, exactly. Yeah. Jews or from attacking the Jewish population, or to self-exile. Like students coined the fee or flee strategy. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilbert thesis, is that some kind of like diabolical mechanism for all Jews had to be destroyed to save the world. And as a result, after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in summer of 1942, well after all, you have spring of 1943, after for Ashkenazic Jews, but not for the Of course, this is global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic, is that the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine Warsaw and also the world's course of this video. But it is important to note that Ukraine is distinct territory. And although it did not receive, as we shall see shortly, this map here describes early medieval region called Kiev and Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kiev, by the way. That's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is close pronunciation because Russia dominated much area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev and Rus, which include not only Ukrainians but also Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev and Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, the Volodymyr in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Povest Romania Feodor, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in the Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths.
No way. If he cut this and makes an
not
inside
only
cut,
Muslims, but
he's
also
gone.
Jews and two different types of Christians. Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Prophets refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity. And that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today, although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, um, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact the Jewish kingdom, but Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. Not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents that emerged from this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document that he would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing of the community, he's fallen in hard times. Would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus. And by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available about them. But definitely by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There was even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary on the topic, which is called the Moses of Kiev. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at what happens to Kievan Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed to a very large states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland. And the reason why, especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which stories, these are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, they're early because Jews become part of in which Polish lords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia, essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them in the form of poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This English landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population. And they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and transmit to the Polish landlords, and so they increased every year as the Polish landlords demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many peasants, particularly freebooting. And ultimately, the organ leader, those violence that shook associated with the agenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a great impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian. Remember that there is a triangle going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century and a very drastic control in the line that runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundary of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. After having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russia. And this was a very, very important and serious decision, because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian. Important to note, just looking at this map, it's not speaking for to the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Halichina, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally looked to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there's certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east. Other parts always look towards Europe and the west. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Honda. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it spread throughout the entire area. Just to give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kiev, just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected through a river, and it moves south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is much smaller century. So Hasidism grows at pace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orange colors, go to Russia. The eastern part of the darker green area, known as Galicia or Halachina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in the West, the formerly Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right up until World War I, and as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large Russian Empire. The 19th century, the under Tsars like this man, Nicholas the Horrific, Cantonist decree, which the Jewish males meet quota to spend 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were defining exactly what a dialect means, but it would be easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's text. But it's something, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe further apart Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a coercive, sometimes very sincere campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians, and the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as. It should be borne in mind that this is a period that Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences. Obviously, went back for centuries and had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of the development of Yiddish literature, the organization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era. This map here, the blue line of Ukrainian countries today, and as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the River, but a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring and Romania This is where linguistic and religious boundaries are often much more significant than the political boundaries. So this is a revolutionary era leading us to World War I, and especially in 1917 when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually push some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Finns, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate, evolutionary Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Khrushchev. And the others assembled an organization in Kiev called Many Peoples That Live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, significant Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the Directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petlura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time. And in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one event of the recorded pogroms actually headed by the troops that essentially were loyal to the Ukrainian Petlura, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you're curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukraine's ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the SSR. To the west represents those Ukrainians who found not World War I. Also interesting in this note is that it's not just the little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine. And I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of 1932 through 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the western regions. This accelerated attached to the notion, false as it was, that it should be behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about the period. Please have a look at some of the videos to understand it. But what ends up happening too is the region is temporarily divided by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to syndicate separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and neutral self-studies. Soviets subjected Ukraine to a very brutal process of communization, the collectivization, seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia, various types, priests, and teachers, and postal clerks, and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR is almost completely by the Nazis. And what's most significant of this is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The witnesses, homosexuals, Third Reich, taking them to the fields and ravines most of my ancestors were killed. Another group of my ancestors. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or the primarily because they had more orientation to capitalism and to the West. Boundaries of Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely aligned with Russia, all break away and form this time united in their refuseniks, that is, Jews who prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1990. Here's a map of what things are like today. This map from the Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east, a certain amount of dissident movements that being advantage of, perhaps exaggerating in this region where Mr. Putin has currently invaded the south, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in threaten Ukraine and could see outbreak of wider hostilities. Jews feel about this right now? Unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the Ukraine is in fact Jewish, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they Russian fellow students of Jewish history, as we all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, just to you, historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine much longer than it really is, because there are literally maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are Ukrainian Jews. This person, that's just going to make me feel guilty. There are literally hundreds of people out there that include this video. I just life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting suffering. And, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that the Jews live in symbiosis relatively disgusting to do this video. I think it's hard with Ukraine. It's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that moment. People say, well, what about Nazism in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians voted for right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. You look at Nazis here in the United States, Nazis virtually every country of the world. They tend population, they tend to represent kind of like the QAnon individuals who may band together and rant at. We certainly don't present our society because of minorities, especially when to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. At any rate, this here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant that have been produced. Here's a map just to recall what the very political map is. Although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. They didn't have their own state in other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population learns today as Ukrainians. Or Russia in particular. Who circulated commentaries on the sometimes report that Isaac Litzcock of Chernobyl was able to, and he became one of the students of Yehuda Hamasid. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is a period of chaos. say that Kiev is just outside of it. The Korean part, which would have been part of Russia, living in Russia from 1879 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east come out of Poland in the Polish or Canadian Commonwealth. Are separate. Represented by this and his one of his students right there, the Ridge came from the town Nazareth, for example, which has an annual largely because of the many groups of Jews. Another very important leader from Sudan is, of course, although Chabad itself did not originate in from the Sabbath Rebbe was born in of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Pale of Settlement. bear the suffering that they're currently enduring. Thank you very much for watching. I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me at the Khazar conversion remained very passionate about humanity. So for this video and the next, we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar in our project. The question.
Oh,
The answer is no. Descendant from the Khazar people, if they any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to largely Europe and Middle Eastern influence. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resident question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in more or less around the idea that a population is the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing and expanding until they were finally defeated. That would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine, and the Caspian. They basically this is here's a map that shows you roughly where the empire would have. The Jewish settlement there from the 10th century onward. The name of this region has come. Now, from what we know, lots of other sources, there is a pretty significant eastward expand discussion with you in later videos, but there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly Eastern Europe, in the late 19th to early 20th century. My own ancestors came from, and that's basically stories of those Jews who then later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there many of them to America, Israel, and so on. us to be able to get into the real nonsense of this. What I've read about this is that he compared in 2013 why people looking at why what the similarities were between Jews and a 75 odd other nationalities. What compared Hazars to actually go, you're a Hazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very good most historians are not accepting this limited data and really no linguistic evidence of Hazar. One of the things that we would certainly expect to see that Jews would pick Hazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant. I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, if I remember correctly, claim as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence. Early Yiddish who argues that the word which means to pray might come from the term or it could come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in Eastern dialects of Yiddish aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So it is sort of elements of other vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, where are the recipes? Where are the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from types of cultural Jews they travel? We don't have anything that evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly that. this is Doron Bear, who was in Rockville about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little further. That they were. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it's still differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to more or less run. And there are they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense like Jews from Western Europe. The able to include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for something. Drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you the white one that says a lot more about Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common, documented, non-Jewish women adopt to marry into the Jewish. Maybe a much more pronounced conversion by women converting to the Jewish. This helps us. You also have a phenomenon which is considered historical record of a genetic have a population of people that for a variety of reasons the fairly large number of genetic disorders that Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and faces, blah, blah, blah. And this is what the specific on the white Ashkenazi Jews, they determined that it appears that they do have origins consistent with the migration from the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi heartland that lie there, mentioned towards the west, along with arrow label number 4, there points back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Algerian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appear. Somewhere, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of all. Now, if you look at these the green lines, But that particular does not necessarily explain the origin of Ashkenazi Levites. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Jews today. In the next section, go to Hazari and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century about the way it has been received by Judah. This is what the formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Red Geschichte, of the Khazar conversion is written the story goes like this. There is King Udon, who somewhere around the year 740, a pagan, joined one of the other faiths, a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has that have a tribal debate refers to the correspondence of Hasdai ibn Shapur. Again, he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazar. But they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have the letters to the messengers of Hasdai ibn Shapur, were essentially engaged in some kind of con, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Do these are they authentic? Letters from King Joseph, direct contact with Khazaria or Khazaria in different places, and however briefly on their Jewish status, sometimes with a surprise, sometimes other places. As we shall see, skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. I'll have opportunity to speak about what that Kenisa is in a few lectures from now, but from the late 19th century. And in this we present a document which is called a PETEC. It's essentially a statement of the bona fides of a legitimate cause. It's fallen on hard times. It's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, originating community like from Jerusalem or wherever. Then you give charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. But it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter comes from specific fascinating. Normally, this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual as a distinct the end of the time. One of the most important early historical documents that later would grow into modern day Ukraine was also shared with Russian Empire and Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called or Chronicles, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a Kiev or Vladimir Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, like story in the Kuzari, there's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. With King Joseph, and they actually record the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He apparently nearly did, by the way. But this is one of those data points that's really hard to ignore. Speaking to the idea of a Jewish community at the time. And finally, we've got some really tempting archaeologists, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a horn. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. Khazar archaeological digging suggests that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century. If you ask Professor Shaul Stamford, who we met in the last lecture, we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Sanford is definitely have all these little bits of data, the Kiev letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. One of the biggest questions we have is convert to Judaism. We tend to believe something there with regards to conversion. And answer goes to the widely regarded as a forgery, but in this is actually spiritual in nature, and that's very, very nice. But maybe I've been a historian too long. I think skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hope to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of God. But we also have to remember that there is who converted them. If not the rabbis active in Babylon and Mesopotamia, wasn't the Karaites either. So a lot of questions that we don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they very importantly don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it with Queen Diabene, who converted with her son? Her husband remained non-Jewish. Is it possibly Chinyar in the original Khazarian lore, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery of the Khazars? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century, but it was destroyed for the last time. Bygone years, that was a couple hundred years. We still have two Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics we simply don't know. Looking at the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because for 20. You consider, for example, the way who's written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant that, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had since the 19th century, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews, the people who wish to see modern Jews take down a penny. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony they claim. And not that it really makes a difference in Jewish law. And although I'm not a theologian, I don't think I'm not even sure it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, Semites, that identity, and of saying we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise afford them. We don't have to regard consider them usurpers, racial interlopers. The real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews are like additional anti-Semitic Jews. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, validates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically. That's why, ironically, you sometimes find a Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Townsburg's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the Middle Eastern Jewry, particularly we're going to look at the Geonic period. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration until the end of the first century, of course, that happened with the Holocaust. And after the Holocaust stopped in 1939, just to give you a sense of how later on when we get to some data that's supported by extra evidence. But you see that there is a tree, there is another major displacement example to further south. Region between the Tigers and so Egypt, the southern part of the Nile River, the upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some. A couple of really important failed revolt against the Roman Empire. There's a pretty massive representation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee. Jews who had emigrated to Iraq, I should say, emigrated north. Forcibly moved to Iraq under the creation of the Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population actually becomes a major conflict center. So that's happening right. And then you do have as well as to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant location. These circles here are not to scale. The Italian peninsula, especially the destruction of the temple, significant population that pre-existed the destruction of the temple. and across the coast of North Africa, particularly, has become very important. Very difficult course of migration as well, where Jews moving across the coast of northern Africa. We know they're moving as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century and across the coast of North Africa into Spain, goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century. You also have an increase in the Jewish nationality. Some of them moved in the river cities that had already migration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving to Germany. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years. Heartland places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map, look at the white arrows. They basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the channel going to France and to the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, but important movement to Sfax in northern Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with the green arrows. That's kind of like a way of suggesting that not was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Revolt of the 14th century. Also, economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce as leaseholders, as arrendators, as renters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards these, but also the economic draw bringing them to Eastern regions. And if we switch back into the western part of Europe, we see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered ahead of the expulsion. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already they're also in general. This map shows in Russian overlap much of Poland. Massive golden countries in the United States community. What would become Israel after 48, and also to South Africa, and a very people that size the population. Eastern Europe still is heartland with over 16 million. Significant population in other Jewish history. At these of the Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland and memorable other countries here, example is thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry, dude, I know a lot of you don't. That I couldn't have it. Let's talk about the origin was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Common Gang. You can see in this map, which has the borders to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down the center of world Jewish population in the early modern period. So there is a small migration now back really to the common era, perhaps even before the and these are Jews Khazarian Empire as well. Of Khazarian influence is very, very different, and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. Were really big in the century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, very significant connection between cultures that sound east. Yiddish, of course, is the only lingua of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with Hebrew letters, but not so we begin to come here in the region. Really, the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the mentors and making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not small. Relevant. We'll have a lot more in the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews lived, meaning here, in we will rest. We'll find refuge. So, in terms of the push, the first mark to thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade. Legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat as a society where there is some interdiscrimination against them, of endemic anti-Semitism, take advantage of it, whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, mob in the third, we also discussed in the previous class, result in a series of expulsions not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it. And, the demography is a very, very weak economy, as we saw the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because Western Europe and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually fighting and saying, please come to our area. Modern is the name of the city. This is basically many harder
Yep.
that lists specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And particular regions, right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own land. We'll get more about this when we get to in Europe, but Jews often granted specific monopolies. For example, from the distillation just help us along with the community for taxes and punishments of bringing Jews into the region. And so extending of rights, the rights to live in constant areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to buy various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this. Of course, it will break down very significant. And that's located and really attractive. Very significant of Jews really in the region of Western concentrations towards the west of Germany and that's a little north of Lithuania in particular. Communal arrangement of the Jews and all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it. Everything from way each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to national organization. They would meet twice a year. And they would make the decision affect all Jews living within this massive the erosion of the council lands in particular, which is really one of the high points of the Jewish rebellion of 1648. This is the 19th century. When we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that would be the introduction. For the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader with spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely missing in Eastern Europe, very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a some kind of, not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like national piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was sort of like in formation. This is for the Great National Awakening of the 19th century, an ethnic group that is worshiping Christianity as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being the Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, not but having some relationship with them. A particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Siana or Little Russians, I mean, they were the younger brothers, so to speak. Is from this base that the two subjects. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of the 10th century and especially accelerating in the 15th, 17th centuries. You have a large number of Jews who are making their way. We spoke about this. Jewish migration country at the time. I mentioned there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there, ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Ukraine or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhzhia Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chermozem. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. So the arenda is essentially a type of tax farm, and we've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own they tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more, the Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a full variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce, it could work tax, a type of corvée, which was called Rothschild at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by males, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as we see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Boyati. The so-called Kretschmer, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which is obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the means of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Wojciech Chmielnicki, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. He gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside. Attacking Polish nobles, attacking the Jews who lived among them.
Oh, you really can get it.
It's comparable, for example, the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South any kind of anti-African American. The West were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence correctly. So in Hebrew 48-49, although the war continues for 2 years, is called the decree of Zeres Tafetah. The term in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, and it lives on as a period of and pogroms. Really like kind of the archetypical pogroms in Europe for horrific attacks among Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan. It's actually quite a demography of the attacks is probably a question. Really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms, or in particular have proved that it really can't be subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of the region. We have many accounts from local Hamill to commentator. The shocked who all write about their experience at this time, probably in the tens of thousands of horrific numbers, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising is that Khmelnytsky decides Russia and sets in stone, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukraine. Again, not without reason, because of the historic rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidemak 20th century, 1919, and they argue with elements of Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that such violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian There was also a phylosemitic as well, not nearly as powerful, but we shall in lectures too. And, but for now, knowledge emerges as a national hero. And
Yeah, what up? Can you hear me?
The late 19th century.
Hello.
It shows him famous north to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which would really like to play up the numbers. He decided to ally with the Russians. In the original, much more chauvinistic attitude, this is the only picture I can find on my web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the moves of Venice, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated this would have been is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to observe even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and many historians on a direct line from the to the like to see again. Please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing. To appreciate Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is extremely important movement, a tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. The first modern religious reform. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism. Predated by and credulous, even possibly Sabbath associated with the NGO. It's not a historian. transformed the popular Western Europe. This the uprising, and then there is in fact a large chunk of Jews in this area, which is Arena Catherine herself, the owner of the largest Russia prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Ukraine. It was free of Jews because they had of settlement, which is reigned the region of settlement where Jews. A lot more to say about this in future lectures. But at any rate, this is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible presence by forces pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and chassid kindness, the word chesed is kindness, and a chassid is understood like, pollution or clothing as things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of chassidism? Our emphasis on the Beirut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the Hasidic groups, who later known as Stagim or Clemens. Talk about that in a second. Attachment to God, such as previously been the refuge only of great scholars, the idea that ordinary people often the uneducated Jew, like the Jew with a someone who just recites, rather just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having insights into them, because they could essentially buy them from the noble. This was part of the last decades of the Jewish community under the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate. Local Hasidic leaders don't necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, the confidence of the population has been truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who is known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around Baalei Shem, which means really masters of the name. The name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literature of Yochanan Petrowski Stern of Western Shop here in his youth when we first met. Yeah. That's the library there of 18th. Especially reputable. Some of them were Charles Real Ben Eliezer, who gathered a reputation for being exceptional, but also very insightful. Distinguish him from some of the other Baalei Shem, not necessarily so. The fact does not diminish the fact that he wasn't quite exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book based on secular sources, Polish sources found in the tax record. The Baal Shem Tov, there's a lot more of a commotion to this teacher, among other things. Reputed to have done this well and still provides clear water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, West Ukraine, came to the spiritual quest of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss further in the next lecture. So thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, it's nice to know that we'll have some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thank you. You don't understand. of Jewish history lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution, and in their reaction to, shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Mizrahim. And there's a lot to say about action, or what some would call the Yarmo culture, right? Get it? Yarmo culture. But 90% of the issues, Hasidim and Mizrahim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud between Orthodox who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that over time they weren't necessarily even assigned as anathema to Orthodox. So if we ask the question, if you believe in 613, them both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of must slaughter an animal to make it kosher, or kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut Shabbat, that has prohibited work on it, and so on. But they may disagree about things. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this context of the development of the Hasidic. Again, in its earliest origins, in many ways, a rebellion against the traditionalists, like a development of a style, a development of an approach to the same ideas, the same practices. In terms of actual people, one of the students of the Yuval is there, known as the Maggid of Mezrich. He lived with major disciples, including Rabbbi, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way, but four other disciples that in turn gave rise to many other dynasties. It only became defined as that habit Hasidut. After the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and the would be adopted by the Sagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. In fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, what matters about you as a parishioner? So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer time. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions asked about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidism don't pay attention to measurements or the intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself in strict prayer times at a particular time, and by a particular time, in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer, so you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over it. Three, they recite the prayer of the read. They follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isfah. They maintain separate kosher slaughter. There's a dispute over whether the knives sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked. Duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. This is really what we should be doing. And gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for kids that have already completed entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. And then some Hasidim were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation. I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults. Literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol or I pray. Things like that. The Lithuanians, really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things were influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai, arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front Sabbatean movement, and that had just first came out. The Alter Rebbe, or the Menachem Mendel of the Teps, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try reacted by and in some cases it's actually kind of a nasty thing. You know, unfortunately, from time to time, known to have such strong. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbands against the secondary movements. Actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, the Yadi, and had him temporarily jailed. And on that. Very strong. What the said is, hey, you know, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy for more than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Mishnah tradition was that already kind of like digest Zohar or reworked versions of Zohar. Anya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is actually after the years of my yeshiva, and he said, "How's it going?" Okay. You know, I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has this is what you guys do. Read Nefesh HaChaim. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and wait in some areas north of Treehaven. I had got so far.
Hawaii, Tahiti for vacation weekend.
And it was
You might hear that.
It's made with not a crossword. It's life itself.
You're going to be in some shitty town in Texas.
You're having that
It's
problem.
going to be
Snacks. table stuff.
These names,
That
then you
in some cases
so many
they
days.
even look like very important, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So this idea of like having an intermediary and they used to regard very learned and holy people as being with very made discuss in the next video. I just like to conclude by saying that watch because last video talked a little bit about beginnings of this more associatory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Mishnah movement, would endure for days and would have a phenomenal impact on to refer to the new movement of a rational swept across much Western Europe. For example, as the 16th century work of Rothschild, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers, the local church that probably would not have had, prior. He begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, controversial kind of thought, but in many truths from whoever speaks it, there is this in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, like looking out as well. Or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population, that's when the dangers of us come. At any rate, these ideas of society with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian of the world. And many of them spread modern thought in general. Okay, there's too much as Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular Germany. Let us not forget that just had their own language or language, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. It was like it's kind of like French mental French or even and written German, and it's kind of like a cause 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. Note, by the way, still a very observant Jew, still observing Shabbat, one who nevertheless can maintain himself in of his ability to be a culture broker and to think of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens.
Bitch.
They were considered someone
What?
now form of selected the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin, in particular, and he encounters German culture, eventually jettisoned and misnagdim that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how in the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to Minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's in 1872. It seems that in the 18th century, of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive. This is a pretty terrifying. That means something is very, very wrong. Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin rule that nobody can bury. They had waited after death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of the body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, articulate a statement that will be acceptable. This is just the opening wedge of many where issues of science and Torah, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society, political environment, in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, would also find its expression that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain ship, that had a lot to do with Jews behave to behave within general society. And listen, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity, and not that. He felt that this was valuable, accepted communally at all. And although Friedlander see people choosing to baptize themselves, like for example, the great poet, or parents of like Rabbi Samson or Flora Bush argued that modernity has to be not by the abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those
baby.
modernity that were
Come on, baby.
talked about years ago. By the way, a softer word than assimilation and an adaptation to culture. The Haskalah was less in the East European context, but let's use different usage techniques rather than thinking about this time not a very spectrum of experience. Or does it adopt a political
Event, is it going to be over? Come on, Donnie.
by Army, which was a horrific sentence.
Yeah,
Illegally, but nevertheless it happened to these reform schools.
Get me out of this.
Schools. Many times citizens would never return to their families. They would end up assimilating into the Russian society that Nicholas I offered, and these so-called crown schools, which were Russian schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max
Join the stream and type exclamation mark allegations.
Yeah. Offer to
Get it out. I want this out.
but in reality, they ended up being
Mr. Lotion.
No bother.
So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the reflecting on this.
Yeah.
Especially people that want to lecture me and frame it like they just want the best for me. They check specific so there's more for them and there's less for me. He's faster than me.
There are a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller dissatisfaction. Titular nationalities, meaning the Germans and Austria and Hungary, which wants to have this massive admiral port. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a bid from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and significantly here, now divided into the Czech lines and Slovakia, back then one country. Hitler tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you go, because it was only in 1918 used in Western Europe and America and so on. Not have the same calculation of leap days like in February. So that meant that quite literally Russia was 11 days behind in their at Russian sources, for example, that were because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring occurred in the city was a Russian rename of the city that was founded by Peter the Great years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer a German suffix meaning city, so the city didn't have Peter, so they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. They didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or it's not really what's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was this food shortages that were occurring as a result of everyone rushed in to get the store expanded. It took on more political overtones and was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And the Romanov dynasty that had fell in early 1970s. Do it right. They wanted to have massive election assembly, and this assembly would then, federated was widely admired because it placed all kinds of Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, education, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to, so when he abolished this highly discriminatory residence, here, by the way, you can see another gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers consider it a massive ghetto. So Kerensky was really trying sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to because what about peasants and their demands and what about the urban workers and so on, and they basically couldn't do anything until they had the constituent assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine things. The genius behind all of it was
nothing.
Was really quite a destabilizing force in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the October, November 1917. Here's a man with the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of sort of nice, the top hat, typically with a waistcoat and a bag of money, and quite often, not in this particular example, but at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals, the White Russian movement, monarchy, so that's able to build it, basically, sociology, take over the means of production themselves. Factories, Soviets, municipalities, and ultimately the interest of Soviet republics, the USSR, that ultimately is what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this Jew. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. Anyway, this poster was first which is essentially a gathering of some weird Aztec priests dressed in red. And next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Trotsky, Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. There to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, have jettisoned the Jew, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I'm referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to number 30. But I think in the 1917, the Russian Empire, Moscow and Petrograd become officially caught, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's on. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to hire on the rise of the Soviet Union, the disastrous civil war period that followed, and in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish. Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this Greek-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, several of them in the former Soviet Union, eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by fairly important publisher.
No way.
And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is a coming together, meeting of minds, of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and then of course there's the Jewish and the Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population. The Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, authorities, but now looking for opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became lost. So under the period of socialist Jewish parties were very, very uncomfortable. But there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of aligning themselves with oppressed parts of the society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous. They ended up aligning themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more to independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated figure of the nationalities, but Ukrainians would have significant powers, and they began to move towards total independence. Definitely a big thing for the Ukrainians as well. And so there was actually a remarkable essence of a new spirit of cooperation. It was extremely important because we were quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magwitch, who's one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of the ethno-linguistic territory, the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15%. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews. Less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was there are anarchists wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode from this period here, and it's a document related to a particular train. That's the slide left of the page. But the typewriter was a right writer. And so there are certain, half a dozen Ukrainian alphabet. And so whenever they had the letter, they afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter on, because the typewriter will tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy after you have to do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you this kind of here. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriter, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways the period, emblematic of the best that could have. Unfortunately, it's terrible now, the pogroms, especially back in the year 19. Now, there are many, many forces were active some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communist. They engaged in very attacks on Jews. There are a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, it's, tempo times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Magnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence, we tend to forget about it. Now, when my research back in the 1980s and the 90s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources. Elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the wrongs that were reported were attributed to. We have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Couture was a former journalist who early on in his career actually exhibited some significant disposal at the beginning of 19,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, was rather silent. Several key weeks in the spring of 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to literally piling out of yeshivas manner of violence. We'll continue with what happened with people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, onslaught, an option of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by integral Poland. Most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of Petyura, and Petyura says oui, and Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petyura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial of this French and Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting to his widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the article, at least made a statement. When I would argue that perhaps he refrained because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of Over the Entire Region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Now let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. Soviets are very, very acronym. It's an abbreviation of the term a Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly demobbed his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population of that tradition, bringing them into this brand new, radically, and divorcing from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing you Soviet power. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some real trying doing. In the general political environment were still, including in particular the Ukrainian directory and no kiss and the white Russian forces that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy, people, or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were things like collectivization of land, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. Those enterprises being aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior involved. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic This regime the new maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around. The first leader of the Soviet Union, he has a stroke, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous, expanding the control of the Soviet Union. Expert on the nationality question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of Russians living in the Soviet Union. And
Welcome.
he ultimately would end
What up,
up
Ringate?
very slowly
How you doing, big man?
You remember me?
Remind me about yourself.
I don't remember. Dude, I swear, I talked like almost a year ago, and you're still alive. Yeah, you're the GOAT, really, bro.
Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. How's
Like, life is so fun. Like, I always see these
your dog? What BC do you see me in?
where, I mean, I have a lot of accounts. I remember you in the, I saw you in the adult, but what happened to the actual speed disco stuff? Do you know?
Wouldn't let me stream in there anymore.
Didn't they ban you?
They basically did. They made it so I couldn't join any of the VCs.
Are you still in the server?
Yeah.
I get like you haven't even done anything about it. You're always there.
Yeah, they did that. I had taken the #1 position in the video stream.
Yeah, why just years talk you just still lot to scroll. Advocate,
Word, dog.
so like, what's your like main thing? Because I'm on. Okay, wait. So the YouTube trying to get? Why is the YouTube trying to get?
Three.
How much data do you use? Do you have like? Don't you have bandwidth?
What does that give me? Probably like I use like maybe 10 terabytes a month.
Like, how many terabytes? Wait, so your phone? Wait, how much is it in there, Carl?
Few $100 a month. Uh, uh, yeah, yeah.
And you're in the Bay Area. Are you in the Bay
No, I'm based out of Southern California.
Oh, so like Los Angeles, right?
Word.
That is good to talk to again, man. It's crazy. Like,
24/7.
and what's your goal?
Oh, I want to do it the rest of my life.
So, oh my God, but hey, yeah, okay. Did he like say something?
Yeah, he was nice.
Hey, man, it's good
All right, this is big. Big. Is it over? Oh, that's so sick. What is this random clip bullshit? This bitch is done. Game over. Get down to you. Can't wait to be united. Yo, dog. What's going on, JJMJ? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, did you find out about me from Twitch? If you did, I will shit myself right now. Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yo, dog. How are you?
Fucking hell, man. This is bad for me. This is bad for me. I should feel this week that was another person's good in everybody. It's good in everybody. It's good in everybody.
What up, thinking you horse slut? Dude, they should just call us the fuck back of the last. I love Asian chicks. They're so nice. Yo, babe, are you gonna allow this clip or what?
I think I handle this character. Because I use it character on my pillows and shirt. Peace.
Bitch, you make my oxys violent. Yeah, but you good? Oh, baby, I ain't never been better.